This is Mary at TheMeriAtelier, and it is Sunday evening, April 18th. April 18th, 2021. Welcome to my desk. Penelope and I welcome you. So while I'm waiting for folks to come in tonight, I'm just going to do a chilling. Hi, Lori. Hi, Lori Loves Montana. Welcome, welcome. I'm just going to chill tonight. That's what Dee Dee says. We're just going to chill. Now, when she chilled, she just tore pages out of magazines. I'm going to bind my April art journal cover. I'm going to bind my April art journal cover. And I got out yellow. What did I do with my yellow? Well, if I can find my yellow. I had a pretty yellow here. I don't know what happened to it. We might bind my April. And I thought I would finish doing some more Happy Mail and ephemera stuff in my art journal here. See if I just can't keep up with it. I have plenty that I got out the other day. I want to put this all in my art journal. I don't want it sitting around here all the time. So, let's start out doing that. Hi, Trace. Welcome, welcome. And Lori. So I have to figure out how I'm going to do this. Let's see what I have here. I think this is a paper sack that was sent to me. That's pretty cool. This is just a scrap. I think I used these to... Did I use those or did somebody send them to me? I don't know. And then I've got these from the fabric that I painted. And this envelope is from Meri. And this goes in my March. We're going to set that aside. And this is from Ruth, and this one I did the other night. So, I just want to put this stuff in here because that's the place for it. And actually, I've been filling this art journal up pretty good. I've been filling it up pretty good. Now, I think I need to block out. Addresses on this. I wonder if I could just put these back to back and just scribble this out. This opens up here, and if I just tape it down there, let me just kind of scribble my address out here, and we'll put these back to back. Hi, Nina. Welcome, welcome. And then I can put this in and still save the Canadian postmark, which I think is pretty cool. So let's flip it over that way while I'm putting tape on this. And I'll have to put the tape on this offline so you guys don't see Nettie's address. Oh, except for I want to save her beautiful postage stamps. Let's just cut this whole front end off here. Excuse me, I can't show you what I'm doing because it has addresses on it. And I tend to get forgetful about those addresses. I need to be more careful. There we go. Now, I can put this way. and have a pocket in here. And I think I'm going to put it in this way, but I'm not sure how. So let me flip this way. Honestly. Hi, Elvis is a big sweetie. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the folks that are coming in. I hope you've had a good weekend. I've been kind of relaxing. I took some trash out today and walked around the house, and we have a little plastic, well, fiberglass type mailbox for the daily newspaper, and it tends to, when the wind blows, it tends to blow around the yard, and I picked it up and took it back up to the porch, and when I did, I noticed there was a notice in our door, a flyer in our door, and I'm going, what's that? So I opened it up, and they said, you need to get your vehicles off the street by April 19th, or we will tow them because we're going to work on the curves. Well, my vehicle is off the street, but my brother's battery, we took it in the other day to have it tested, and it's supposedly all charged up, but he still had it parked out on the street with no battery in it. So I ran in there and told him that he needed to put his battery in his pickup, and, well, I didn't. Oh, there's that other tape. I didn't tell him. I showed him the flyer, and he knew what was going to happen if he didn't get that done. So that's my big event of the day. Now I want this, I think maybe even at the front. Maybe at the front, I'll just stitch it in here. That way it will flip. But do I want to stitch it? Maybe I'll have to stitch it on the back. I don't want the stitches to show on the front. Yeah, I think the back would be better. So we're just going to kind of do a quick, I could tape it down there and still have it flip a little, but I think I'll stitch it right in here. And that means I need my awl and a needle. And Penelope, I don't know what I did with my yellow thread. What did I do with that yellow thread? I've got green thread. Oh, here's the yellow thread. I took it across the room. But I think I'll do the white thread here instead. The cream colored thread. Uh-oh, something's falling. My wastebasket. Luckily, my wastebasket doesn't... It just had my box of favorite stencils sitting on top of it. Alrighty, I'm back again. Now, I think I want to clip. I think I want to clip this, because it is going to go, well, I could stitch it on a piece and take the piece down. That might be easier. So and how about one of those, how about stitching it on the back of one of these, like this, and then taping this down. That will work. Scissors. Hi, Angie. Hi, Santa. Hi, Ruth. Ruth, I'm putting your envelope in my art journal. I might have to cut this down just a little bit more. I don't want the majority of it to be covered up. what I'm going to do is fold it in half this way and stitch it onto this. I think I can cut this in half and tape this down in my journal. I think that will work rather than trying to stitch it directly in my journal. Got more little pieces. Scraps make scraps. Now I want it to go this way though. And then I'm just going to I want to stitch it because I don't want this taped down, because there would be no use to have that taped down. So I want it to, yeah, I want it to go like this. So let's clip this. Is that about half? I think it is. So I'm just going to kind of chill tonight. Kind of chill and bind journals, put Happy Mail in journals. That's kind of what I'm doing tonight. I need another clip. Which one? Which one is the safe one to take? This one? There. Now, I'm just going to eyeball it right about in here. Keep my fingers out of the way. And I think I'll make this a 5. And I'm not going to worry about a tassel or anything like that in here because it's going to be taped down. So 1, 2, 3, and should probably kind of tape it, but no. 4 and 5. Now it isn't going to matter how I stitch it because the stitching's only going to show here where my, and it looks like it's going to come a little bit over the envelope, but that's okay. That's okay. Keep my needle out. Whoops, there went my awl. On the floor, rolled away. Where did it roll to? I don't want to step on that. That would hurt. Who else is coming in? Gail. Hi, Gail. Hi, Violet. Hi, Connie. And Elvis. Welcome, everybody. Teresa. Hi, Teresa. Welcome, ladies. I hope that you've had a good weekend. So we're going to have, we had a nice day today. If I would have known it was so nice, I didn't go outside to empty that trash till about 1:30, 2 o'clock. And if I would have known, that it was so nice out, I probably would have said to my brother, let's mow the lawn, because our lawn is going to need to be mowed here pretty soon. But it's going to get wet and rainy at the first part of next week. And, oh, you know what? I want my blind knot. Let's take this out, this away. So we probably won't mow till next weekend. So the grass is going to be pretty tall by then. Our neighbor was mowing. My brother said this is the 4th day that he's mowed already this year. He's a yard work fiend. He does keep his yard up nice. All right. So while I'm doing is stitching this strip of fabric here, ticking that I'd painted on, I'm stitching it to the back of this envelope, and then I'm going to put tape here and tape it down in my inside cover of my journal. And I might decide to put it on the front cover now that I'm doing it this way. Let's see, and then I think I skip, but it doesn't matter if I do running stitch here because this isn't going to matter too much. Whoops, I pulled it right straight through, didn't I? I pulled it all the way through. Let's do that again. And I'm just doing a quick and easy stitch here. Come on, right there. You know who's been on my mind today? Shannon Green. She's been in my thoughts for some reason today. Where's the hole? There. She's been in my mind, on my mind. And I dreamt about my parents last night. I dreamt about my parents. Isn't that funny how you dream of them years after they're gone? Okie dokie. Put this back through here. And now I need to pull this tight. Which means I need to pull on all of these. Not that one. Pull this one. And pull on this one. And then pull on. Don't pull it off the needle, Mary. There we go. Yep, Shannon Green was in my thoughts today. For some reason or another, I was thinking about her. There we go. Now I'm just gonna, how am I gonna do that? I can even bring this through here one more time and then just let this hang because it's gonna be taped down. Yes, ma'am. Penelope, you can have your needle back for a moment. I'm gonna be using it again tonight. Take the clips off and put them back where I can find them. And now I need some double-sided tape. And I put it in a box. Down here on the floor. Here it is. No, that's the I think this This is the vinyl tape. I think it will work. Except I'm going to have to cut I'm going to cut part of it off. Where's my release paper? Let me dig for some. I don't know how this will work on here. We're going to see. Probably should have put that on there first. Should have and did are two different things. This is just release paper here. This is release paper that was on that iron-on stuff. But it's, my tape is just a little bit wider by about 1/4 of an inch. So I'm just going to come about 1/4 of an inch, even a little bit. Whoops. See, this stuff wants to stick to you. It's sticky stuff. Is Cheryl in here? Hi, Cheryl. How are you doing, lady? How is Cheryl doing tonight? All right. Oh, my old scissors. I hope you're doing well. Now, I just want to cut. This is the vinyl double-sided tape. I'm going to see how it works on this. And I just want to cut about 1/4 of an inch off here. And I put that release paper on there to make it easier to cut. That seemed to work pretty good on the vinyl. All right. Now we just want to put this on here. And I'm hoping this will stick. This vinyl stuff, I'm not sure. And I think I can even put this in the front of my journal now, like I wanted it, because I'm not stitching through the cover. I can put it in like this, and it'll be fine. This is Ruth's envelope, and in here, whoops, I better put it so the pocket will be right side up. In here is a pocket, and the addresses are down in there. And I can put some happy mail, or, oh, you know what would be neat in there? Would have been neat. I've already stitched it. Is that tea-dyed paper? I still might do something with that. I'm going to go ahead with this. Yeah, see, I think I'm going to have trouble with this. I'm not sure how this is going to stick. Penelope, I need a pen. Here's one. Maybe it will. I'm going to put it right, because I have to put it a little closer to the, yeah. That's good. Is it right side up? Yep. I got to... That works. And then I can put stuff in here, but I might come back in and put those tea-dyed papers in here. We'll see. We'll see. So there's that. Cheryl says, you're feeling, she says, I'm great, Mary, for seeing out of one eye. Yeah. Well, hopefully when it's all said and done, Cheryl, you'll be able to see out of both eyes, right? Elvis is a big sweetie, said, my daughter set my name as a joke over a decade ago, and I just can't change it. I'm named after my dog, who is no longer with me. Oh, I wouldn't change it either. I think it's a neat name. Santa says, yes, Lori, I couldn't sleep, so I came here. Well, we'll put you to sleep, Santa. We'll put you to sleep. Aw, hi, Janice. Welcome, welcome, Janice Glines. Gail's here. Hi, Holly. Welcome, Holly. Holly, take the trolley with her dolly. Hi, 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 Lori says. Aw. Holly says, hi, Mary. Group hellos to everybody. Janice says, Santa, prayers for you. Angie says, no, Elvis, it is Angie. When my nephew set up my phone, he misspelled my name, so I didn't change it. That way you can tell me from all the other Angies. Violet's here, Lori's here, Janice is here. Welcome everybody who's come in. Teresa. I'm just kind of scrolling up. Let's go back down to the bottom. Janice says hi. Mina's here. Deborah Brown. Hi, Deborah Brown. Welcome, welcome. Deborah, did you send me that black cherry tea? Somebody sent me black cherry tea, and I haven't figured out who yet. So whoever sent me black cherry tea, let me tell you, I am enjoying my black cherry tea. Hi, Renee. Welcome, Renee. All right, so I'm happy with how that went in. So what else do I have here? Let's see what I have. I have 2 pair of scissors, 2 rolls of tape. I have my, which needs to go up there. This I'm going to toss. This little piece, no, I can toss that. So I have some more stuff over here. I have an envelope that I made when I sent out inchies, when I was in that inchy swamp with Becky. And I saw Becky put up a video this afternoon. I don't know if it was a stream or a live. I never know when Becky's going to be on, so I always miss her. Not intentionally. All right, so let's see. I've got this and this. It would be fun to put something inside of these, wouldn't it? Or I could use it as a stencil. I have this, and I have this as a pocket. I seem to have pockets. Oh, here's these. See, I'm thinking, now Ruth said she sent me the tea-dyed papers, which makes me think she sent me this one too. This one would really make a nice cover. But I'm thinking that these will fit right here inside of Ruth's envelope. And I might do it the same way. I might bind them, only instead of fabric here, I'll put a piece of paper to put this in, like this. And then I'll have a little pocket journal. So we'll leave that right there. And let's see, what else do I have here? I have addresses that I don't want to show. And I have this that I did the other night. Hi, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Deborah says, "Hi, Mary, I finally made it." Okay, we got these. I've got more of this. I may not get all of this in this journal. It just seems like a lot to me. And I also have that ephemera pocket. What did I do with that? Well, you know if you want it, you're not going to find it. So I'm thinking a pocket out of this, because I tend to want to stick stuff in pockets. Let's see, let's go from the front. Okay, we got this, that's my foil. This, I'm going to leave that just because it's pretty. This, these are my paper cuttings. This is another pocket. Happy Mail. Happy Mail. I could do something here for a pocket. Let's cut this. And just tear it. And what I'm thinking, doesn't have to be perfect here. It's gonna go on, well, and it's not. It's gonna go here. But what I'm thinking I'm going to do is cut it. I could even cut it like that. I think I will. Actually, I could put that like that and do it this way, which would make more sense, but that would cover that up. Kind of like it that way. All right, and then I'm just going to glue this in with my glue stick. I'm such a good gluer. I'll tell you, I don't know where I learned my technique. So we're going to put this right down here, in here, like that. And then this, I'm going to make a pocket out of, so I can slip things in there. I kind of like that. And I should be putting a little stream of glue around this tape to keep it from, I kind of got out of the habit of doing that, and I need to do it to keep things from hooking onto the glue, to the tape. So here, this one. Oh, of course I put it on the wrong side. Well, that's how it's going to be. I put it on the wrong side. I could fold this. I'm so good, I'll tell you. Mary, where did you learn your techniques? I don't know. Okay. I sure did pick them up, didn't I? I put the tape on the front. I meant to put it on the back. We're just going to make a little gusseted pocket out of it. Well, look what I did. I did it again. I tell you, Mary's talented. Needs to come up a little more. I didn't say it was going to be the best pocket in the whole wide world. Where's my scissors? I need to cut that. Still kind of sticky there. Get up a little further. This is a last minute fix. So I wanted it to be a pocket to fit in here. But I did that wrong. It's still a nice little pocket. All right. I learned my lesson. I won't do that again. Throw these away. Now, what else do I have? I have a bag of, I call this my table ephemera. So what do we have? We have these that I think, I'm not going to put all of these in. I have that. I've got enough of that. This, I got a daffodil envelope. I think I'll put the stamps in an envelope. And I got a stamped piece there. Let's see. And over here I have this. And that. Happy Spring, I'll keep that. The Road Home, I'll keep that out. So, I could put some of these in here just to keep them. There we go. I'll forget where they are. I'll forget where they are, but there they are. Now let's flip the page and go on. Okay, did I put, I didn't put that envelope in there, did I? No. Let's put this in. No, this is tape. We'll save that. All right. So this I'm happy with. This I'm happy with. So I want to take these stamps and I think I'll put them in this envelope because these came from Annie V. Let's just fold them like that. Put my envelope in something like that. And then we have this. I guess I'm just going to put these in my ephemera bag. I should be taking things out of my ephemera bag instead of putting more in it. Just to keep my desk clean. All right. So where am I going to put these? There's Mina. Mina, I found your ATC. Hi, Becky. Welcome, Becky. She says, I gotta make a grilled ham and cheese sandwich. All right. I understand. This is really the back cover here. Find a good place to put this. Here was I was messing with washi tape again with that tape, and I also put that double-sided tape on a napkin scrap, and that really came off nice. That really came out nice. And I feel like I should add more to this. I'm not sure what yet. Maybe what I'll do is tuck this envelope in and let these hang out this way. That would work. And, ooh, maybe here, Hello Spring. Got another one over here. Now let's put this down. That down in there, and then I'm going to put this one down in here, and then my stamps will peek out that way. Hopefully, that's the thought. And this will probably be the end of what I'll do tonight, as far as in here. This, I was doing my daffodil in April 10th of 20. I did this daffodil stamp about a year ago. And then I'm going to put these. I don't trust that. Till the glue dries. And then I want the stamps. And I think I'll put a bobby pin on it. Okie dokie. Alrighty, it's getting fat. So the other thing I wanted to do tonight was find my May journal. And I have the pages all put together. I did that the other night. Hi, Carla. Hi, Suze. Welcome, ladies. Holly says, Sue is my middle name, and I still don't like it. Sue says, Mary, you won't believe this. My ex's company is moving and downsizing. He has brought me so many useful things. He is in the audio-visual business. He brought me 3 traveling chests full of nuts and bolts and metal. How cool is that, Suze? You can make a rusty journal. You can make a rusty journal. All you need is hydrogen peroxide and vinegar and salt. I looked at my rusting today. I did not put it in. I forgot to put it in the oven, so it's still pretty wet, so I'm not going to get it out. That's cool, Suze. My Elvis is a big sweetie says, my friends call me Deb or Deb Sue. I use Deborah to sound official or important. Okay, so I made it in 2 signatures this time. But what I need to do before I bind this in, and you know I could do this the same way as I did that other, except I like to make my tassel. So what we need a fabric piece. So I am going to put a piece of fabric here. Let me go across the way. I do have all my fabric stacked up, kind of stacked up. If you pull on one piece, they all come down. Does that count? I got this piece at Walmart. I don't know, I might even have got it last year sometime. And it's butterflies, and I think it'll kind of blend in with what I'm doing. Candy says, try putting your YouTube settings to, your YouTube settings to 480, Carla. What is Carla having? Oh, is it blurry for you, Carla? You might just try to come out and come back in again. Usually when it's blurry, your settings need to be moved up, I think. I always move mine up, but ooh, this is pretty, isn't it? But I only need 2 inches. Well, I actually need 2 inches, and this I think is, let's measure this. This is a smaller ruler. This is 11. This is 11 inches. So I need 22. And I'm sure this is about a yard wide. And too bad I can't just put this on the trimmer. All I want is this. So let's fold it in half this way. Hold it. I gotta fold this in half the other way so I can cut it easier. Oh, and I think I'll fold it inside out. So I can mark on it. And I think I'm going to make it about 2 1/4 inch rather than put the tape. I could just put the tape on and cut around the tape, but with such a big piece of fabric. So let me get this ruler and a pen. Hi, Candy. Did I say hello to you? Did you just have a birthday? Was that you, or am I dreaming? And again, this doesn't have to be perfect. It's just my journal. And I'm just doing this to strengthen the spine. And, whoops, there it is right there. This is the back side of the fabric that I'm drawing on. And of course I'm using a permanent marker instead of a chalk pencil. All right. So I just want to cut along that line. I'm going to cut a little outside of it, I think. And then I'll have to go back and cut, but that's okay. This is what happens when you have cramped space. Now this will be a little bit wider than my tape, but that's what I want. Now I'm not going to use the vinyl tape. I want to get out my, let me fold this big piece back up again. Yeah. My carpet tape, and I found that I have better luck when I put a piece of wax paper or this cutting board on here. So if it sticks to the base, which it shouldn't because I cut wider. Let's get that out of the way. And you guys can probably see better than I can because I have to stand up to see this top down. And of course I'm going crooked. Let me come at it this way. I got off way up here. Part of the problem is I can't see where I'm going. Hold on to that for me. Thank you. This is the type of project that I have to get my nose right up to see. And you would just see the back of my head. go. And then I'll take my and I left a little piece of fabric on there. So now I just want to trim. I purposely left a little edge on here because I find that it's easier to put it down if I leave a little edge, and then I can just trim it off. I don't mind doing that. And I could put the fabric all out on the table, lay out the fabric and put the tape on top, but I don't have enough room on my desk. That's the problem. And I'm not cutting the tape. I'm cutting right at the edge of the tape. I'm cutting the little excess fabric away that doesn't have any sticky on it. Oh, you guys, you're sweet. I handle a situation like set my desk on fire. What's scary, Ruth? What is scary? Angie said, yesterday we were at a red light next to where I live. The light had not changed, but the guy behind us was blowing his horn. Gave us the finger and held up a part of a gun. We called the police. I would too. That reminds me, I've told this story before when I lived in Indianapolis. It was on I think it was a Sunday afternoon. It was either a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon. And I was invited. Now, this was way back in the early 90s, I think. It was in the 1990s. But I was invited to a Lungaburger party. And a basket, you know, Lungaburger basket. That's when they were still having home parties and stuff. And I was driving in a section of town that I don't drive in a whole lot, and I was trying to find my way. And I went into this mall area, you know, where a grocery store was, and I decided I didn't want to be in there. And so I headed out, and I stopped at the, you know, the main road going, it was going north and south. And I stopped and looked, and I thought I could go, so I went. But, oh my goodness, I offended this guy. I had plenty of room or I would have been in an accident. But he got mad at me. He got really mad. And he was coming from the north and I was heading east. And I pulled out this way and he was coming this way. But I had room or he would have hit me. He would have broadsided me. I had plenty of room. But he evidently didn't think so. And so I went on down this way, and there was a stoplight there. He turned around and pulled right up next to my car, and he was swearing at me. And I didn't see that he had a gun. Well, I ignored him. You know, I didn't respond because, you know, I knew responding would just agitate him even more. And it was a stoplight, and I was going, well, you know, I was going to make a left turn and go this way just to get away from him. And I did. The light turned and I went that way, but evidently he pulled out in front of traffic. I made the turn and, you know, the light was going this way and he was in this lane. He must have pulled that way and he followed me. And I went back around into the parking lot and he followed me into the mall lot over here. And he followed me and he was swearing at me. Well, while we were parked there, there was another guy and a family actually in the over this way, and they saw what was happening, and they called the police. But I didn't know it. This guy was swearing at me and following me and calling me names and, yeah, giving me the finger and everything. And there was a garage station over here where I pulled out. There was a garage station, kind of little stop and go thing. And I pulled in there and I ran inside and I told them to call the police, and they said the police are on their way. So whatever he did, he caused a lot of commotion, and it must have been 6 or 7 cop cars came. And and that's when, I was just going, I was a little afraid what was going to happen. I was afraid that guy was going to pull a gun, but he didn't. And so, the police got there and everything, and I was standing there waiting for the officer to come talk to me, because, they generally talk to you to find out what happened. And while I was standing there, the man who was driving the car over here with his family, he followed us into the parking lot, and he followed the whole thing because he knew that something was going to happen, or he was going to watch and see what happened. And he came up and he told me, he said he saw everything. And so I just going, some of these guys, they think they own the road, and if you happen to cross them the wrong way, you're in trouble. I never quite forgot that. And then it was a couple months after that. I was moving from Indy down to Louisville because I was doing a contract down there. And I walked in, I was getting a temporary mailbox at a post office box. And I walked in there, and that guy who ran it was all beat up. He had bandages on him and everything. And I asked him what happened, and he said these people came right up to his yard and in his driveway. He didn't say exactly what happened, but he said they came right on my own property and attacked him. And I told him what happened to me, and I said I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same guys. It wouldn't have surprised me one bit. And then I told the cop, when he told me I could leave, I said, well, you keep that other guy there a half an hour. I don't want him following me home. And he said he would, so let's see how I'm going to do this. Let's give it some room here. Just kind of hold it there. Now, the fold is here, so I want this to go there. That was kind of scary. It's really scary when they follow you around. I mean, he followed me. I was ignoring him. I wasn't agitating him or anything. I wasn't doing anything to further agitate him. I was trying to drive away, and man, he followed me all through that parking lot until I went inside the stop and go to get help. All right, the crease is right there. So I'm going to put it right about here. And I get a hold of this. You can hardly tell where the fabric ends and the folder begins. This matches pretty nice. There we go. And I'm just doing this to strengthen the spine. because once you bind it and you turn the pages back and forth and everything, it gets a lot of wear and tear. And there we go. And then I have about a foot left to play with. There we go. And then I got some good amount of release paper here. I find that comes in handy to have. People like that don't need a reason. That's true, Holly. You can, you know, who knows? He probably had a bad day at work or something, but he had another, he was not alone. There was another guy in the car with him. And that other guy seemed kind of docile, but he was probably trying to stay out of the guy's way. People are nuts. You know, and that happened several years ago. That happened in the 90s, and I still think about that. So I've got a piece of really kind of pretty washi tape there. So, there we go. I guess I'm going to put it this way, though. Oh, you know, I could put a piece of that right here. And I think I will, because this is a folder. Let's put a piece of that here, just actually, I could put it down in here and then trim it off. Figuring out how I want to do this. If I tear that off, I'll have sticky there. I guess I could put that washi tape back over it. Let's just put this in here. I think I will. Let's put it this way. Right? Right. No, I'm going to draw. I'm going to draw on it. Let's draw. Draw and cut. And hopefully I can get it to... Hopefully I can get it down good enough. And I'll still have a strip of washi tape. Alright. So this will go right in here. Like that. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Generally, when I do it, it isn't. And this is a one and done deal here. You put it down, it's going to be hard to pick it up again because it's going to pull the paper. It's going to have a little crease. I don't like pulling it up again. Barb at Joggles calls this type of, when it sticks like this, one and done. It's one and done. You get one chance and that's it. I got a little nick there. I might just trim that off. I've got a little piece here. Let's put this on it and cut it off. I don't like doing that because it sticks to my scissors. Got a little crease in it. Is that a crease? No, that's just a little. I'm going to throw that out. Now it's got a little piece I missed there. I'm going to cut it off. There. That's good. There we go. I'm happy. Now, the inside though, I think I'm gonna bind them both in. So let's do it a section at a time. This is going to be the front, the first section. And I'm going to put them both as close to the center as possible. And this is the one where I put the Victoria magazine in with the Jan Karen and Beatrice Potter. This is the center. And these are only about 4 pages. I think this one is 4 and the other one's 5. I put an extra page in the other. So let's clip it. And I'm going to get my other clip out again. And this shouldn't be too hard to do. It's going to clear your desk off when you bind. And just a forewarning, because it catches on to everything. Everything that it can, it will. I think I'll put these pins up in here, though. Got some Stabilos that I had ordered, it has to be a year ago, and I still haven't used them. Throw this stuff away. I want to keep that. Little pieces of, that's a Tim Holtz piece. We'll save that. Put my glue stick over here. All right, I think I'm ready. Thank you, Deborah. Deborah said that's why I craft, to avoid people that agitate me. Look, you can hardly see where this, well, you can see it, but it really goes well with this folder, that fabric did. Okay, now, this is the story, I like to do the fringes. So you take, if you're only doing a pamphlet stitch, and I got this yellow crochet thread at the thrift store. It had a little knot. It's been partially used. I got 6 rolls of this, 6 reams of it. It's all yellow. I thought I'd play with it, but here's going to be a, but if you're just binding your journal with no tassel, I like to put tassels on mine. You only need the length of your journal with about, I put about 2 or 3 inches on each side, and you only need that length about 3 times if you're just going, and if you're just going to do it single thread. I always double my thread, so I would make it 6 times. But since I'm going to put a tassel, I make it 15 or 16 times. So let me count. And then I double that. I got my drawers open. There. So here is, it's kind of hard to do under the camera. There's 3, 4, 5, and it doesn't have to be exact because you left that 3 inches on each side. 6, 7, 8, and I like fluffy tassels, so 16 generally does it. That's half of my tassel right there. 8, and then I double the thread though. 9, yeah, it's not wanting to come off. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Now, because I like to have a nice strong binding, I double this. So while this whole piece, I'm going to double. I'm going to start here, right here, and I'm just going to let that fall to the side, and I'm just going to pull it like this, and I'm going to double it. And that's what gives me my nice fluffy tassel. And you have to be careful with just things like this. It'll catch on. It'll catch on to anything that you allow it to. And you could probably put this in a little dish or a bowl. Might help. I haven't tried that. I threw my resting bowl away. And it seems like a lot, but once you do this, as many times as I've done it, I still sometimes get into a tangle, but I generally work myself out of it. Oh, it's hooking onto my pen over here. And it's hooking onto the torn paper. And when it hooks onto something, see, that can happen. You just kind of gently let it come out. It hooks onto something, and then you pull on it, and it knots it up. But I think I can get that out. I laugh because somebody like Sea Lemon would say, "What in the heyday is she doing?" That's not how you bind a journal. It's knotted here. Not knotted, just pulled in on itself. They would say, what is she doing? And at this point, when you get into something like this, is where a lot of people just give up and cut it off. I don't do that. I work it out. Because it's not knotted. It's just, it's pulled in on itself. It's twisted up on itself. And if you keep it loose, and sometimes even if you shake it, it'll work itself out. And this generally happens, like I have some straight pins hooked in onto my foam board over here, and they caught on those straight pins while I was still pulling, and that's what caused this. I didn't do it. Yeah. It's almost out. Sometimes if you gently shake it, it shakes itself out. And I would just as soon have you guys see me do this and get into a knot situation, a knotted situation, and have you see how I get out of it. It's not a tight knot. I've had a lot tighter knots than this. This just needs to untangle. There we go. There we go. Sometimes just gently shaking it, it works its way out. It finds its own way out. Don't pull it tight. That will knot it. There. All right, now I can continue on my way here. It must be about 5 or 6 yards of string that I'm using. Maybe even more. But I've done this several times and I like the end result. I'm about to the end of it here. This has a little knot in it here. I'm not going to fool with that. It's just about a little over 6 or 7 inches left. I'm going to snip it. All right. So there's that. So now I want to leave that just like that. Oops, what did I do with did I lose the beginning of it? Here, let's put it up there so I know where it's at. I want to pull this gently to the side, and I need to punch holes And I do that with my, and I eyeball it. I've got it clipped on both sides. And I do a center one, a center one. Keep your fingers out of the way or use a book. I just punch a hole in it. And remember, I'm punching through that fabric that has duct tape on it. So it gets a little sticky in there. And I do one there, one down toward the bottom, and I go about 1 inch from the bottom. Keep your fingers out of the way. And then on the top, since I'm putting a tassel on it, I do 2. So the top one will come about 1 inch down, and then maybe another 3/8 of an inch for, I put 2 up at the top for my tassel. It gives me a little stitch to start my tassel with. So there's the bottom of it. And ew, that tape really did sticky up my, and there's the next one here. And I've done this type of binding several times online, but I keep doing it online. Sometimes I think it's boring for you guys to watch, but I like to have you see how I bind. I'm going to have a sip of pop. Deborah says, lucky you, I just found her because of COVID. Renee says, I love working out knots like that. It's like a puzzle. Yeah, Renee, it really is. And even jewelry. I had that necklace with the crosses on it that I used on the, Arlene's prayer pocket that still has got to be mailed to Arlene. I haven't been anywhere. I want to get something to put in there. I have something in mind I want to put in there. And that I put a little, it was a necklace and it had crosses on it. And all the way up and down, but it was tangled all up inside of the broken jewelry. And that was a job to get apart, but you just be patient with it. I find that gently kind of taking it and kind of shaking it works, kind of works out some of the let me get my needle out here. Some of the knots, and then you just keep working at it. Okie dokie. So we're going in with this one. And let's even this out a little. How did I hide my scissors? This way I'll have my April journal all ready to go. I mean, my May journal all ready to go when May gets here. I like to get the journals done before the month comes. All right. And I think I'm going to start from the inside. And this inside bottom. And just go through the hole. And really all this thread should be over on this side, but I'm not going to move it. I'd rather turn my journal or something. Let's turn my journal this way. And I give Penelope the job of, and she's got lace stuck on her. Stuck on the scissors here. Penelope, you're all threaded up here. What's happening? I have to unknot Penelope. What's going on here? Threads are all caught on this scissors. Oh, I see. It's a needle. Well, excuse me while I untangle Penelope here. I should take these longer threads off. They're catching in the trim. See, she's all tangled up with these threads. She said, Mary, get these threads off of me. They're choking me. So I tend to put my needles back in while they're still threaded, thinking I'd use the thread. That's a pretty long thread. There. She says, oh, that's much better. You can get another thread another day. All right. So she's going to hold on to my needle over here. And I'm just going to pull all this thread gently through. And I've found if you start at one side, and I need to move my pop, my tea, while I'm doing this. Hold on a minute. Find room for it over on the other desk. And if I start on one side of my desk, I find that it's easier to not let it pile up, because if it piles up, it can tangle. And I just start pulling it through, gently pull it through, keep it from, the longer the thread is, the harder it is to work with. But as you work with it, it gets smaller and smaller. So it's easier. It's easier as you go. And evidently I like doing this because now what I have here though is I need this to come over on this side. And of course it's hooking on those pins I have here. I need it to come on this side. And just gently let it go through. And once you get the 3 pamphlet stitches done, it's a lot easier. Whoops. Now sometimes I'll pull on one thread and not the other because my double threaded, and that can make it an unequal lengths, and that can tangle it too. So try to pull on both sides of both threads at once. Mary's talking to herself. Just letting you know what I learn as I go here. Let's get this out of its pile. There we go. You think if I could do this, I could handle a sewing machine, right? I can. I just have to get the thing out. I'm getting there. I want to use that sewing machine on that rust journal and on those project bags. Becky and Ruth have done project bags and have moved on, and here's Mary still dilly-dallying on them. All right, we're getting close to the end here. Whoops, see, I pulled on one thread and not the other one. Let's straighten that out. There we go. That can cause a knot. Now, I like to leave a bit here. There's a loop there. I like to leave that because I'll come through. Sometimes I just clip it onto the clip. And then I'm going to take my needle here, my needle that I gave to Penelope, and I'm going to come from the back side back in. Oh, I grabbed 2 needles from Penelope. I'm going to do the same thing. And you could try to go through this one too. I generally don't try that. I'll put Penelope over on this side of my desk and give her my needle. She holds on to it for me. Try and find a good spot, Penelope. There we go. And pull my journal over a little. And I'm gonna, let's see, we want it this way, I think. I'm gonna pull the threads through this way. I'm gonna see if I can't just let it fall off of my desk a little in big loops, see if that works. I don't want it to be too much off my desk. And don't let it get tangled, just kind of keep it loose if you can. It wants to pull in on itself. And I just kind of shake it loose. Now you can make your tassels separate, but I have to be honest with you, I don't like them separate. They seem clunkier to me. They don't seem like a, they seem like what they are. They're an attachment to the journal rather than a part of the journal. When I sew these right into my binding, it actually feels like it's part of the journal itself. Now I'm just about to the end here. Whoops. I don't know if this is going to work. This is the first time I've put it this way across my table. And there we go. Now, I need this needle with the thread coming from this side. And this is what I'm not sure it's going to work. I need it to come through this loop. I might have to move all of this thread that I so laboriously put over there back over here. Let's see how that works. Let me pull this through first. So I put my needle in through this loop, and that makes my beloved, it isn't famous, it's my beloved blind knot. But I'm not sure I have it all the way here. Or did I do that right? I have to figure out where my thread is going. Let me take it out again. I guess putting in these long loops isn't going to work for me. So you're watching me figure this out. Let's give Penelope back that needle. Let's see. This comes through here. Yeah, I want that needle to come in this loop. So what I want is all of this to come over in here. Mary! It might also work to have a cardboard and wind this around the cardboard while you're doing this, rather than I'm just draping it out on my table. Let's see. I need to drape it. I need to drape it close to the, there, like this. Like this. Now my cord's in the way. You guys might go, I'll staple it, Mary. I'll staple it. It's even caught on my litter bag over here. And sometimes I feel like that too. Sometimes I feel like that too, like I'll staple it, but honestly, after I get, like I said, after I get the pamphlet stitch in and get the thread a little shorter, I'm a little happier. So we're just going to let it fall through here. And I'm going to keep draping it. This is Mary's madness. It's Mary madness. But I have fun. I have fun. Uh-oh, it's going to tangle here. Let's get that undone. I'm just pulling it through that loop, and I'm draping it here. So I have a blind, you could knot it. I don't like to knot it on the inside. I knot it on the outside with my tassel. I'm just pulling it through, draping it down. It's almost through. It's going to catch on this. Here it comes. Now, I just pull it tight, and there's my blank knot right there. Now, I'm not sure about draping it like this. I might go back to my other method because I got this all over on this side now, and it really needs to be over here when I stitch it. I could maybe turn my journal, but Let's just put it over here. Let's see, and I need it closest to the journal to start with. Otherwise, I pile it up on top of itself. There. And it might work just to wind it on a piece of cardboard. I'm going to try that too, because this is an awful long thread. All right. So we're going to come in to the center. Yeah, Mary's chilling tonight. This is the way Meri chills. And get my needle through that tape. And give Penelope back her needle. And we're going to do the pulling through again thing. Got to be careful so I don't get it all tangled. Whoops, I'm pulling it the wrong. I pulled it right out of the needle. Pulled the wrong way. It pulls this way. Let's thread the needle again. And it hooks onto my sleeve. It catches onto anything on the desk. I don't know what happened to those little threads. I snipped off. It'll find them for me. Let's thread my needle again. Luckily, it's got a big eye. All right. I'm going to pull it this way. Believe me, the hardest part is done, I think. It's just threading it through the pamphlet stitches. Yep. Don't let it tangle. Catches on stuff. Now it's catching on the edge of my paper here. I'm catching on my clipboard and paper. And when it catches on something, then it tends to group up and knot. So keep it simple here. See how it looped up on itself here. Oh, and it caught on my pins over there. Am I pulling it the right way? I'm going to pull it this way. Forgot what way I was pulling it through. you guys are going, Mary, what are you doing? I think I want to pull here. Right or wrong? I forgot which side I'm pulling on. If I come through this way and there. All right. I forgot what way I'm pulling. I think I'm pulling from the underneath here, but it feels like it's pulling that thread. But it's not. It's pulling this thread. I need it to pull. I need it to pull this thread. Wait till I get myself sorted out here. Part of the problem is as you sort, you tangle. Alrighty. There we go. But here's my thread. I don't like draping it. I think that's causing me issues. Oh, I don't know if I wanted to do that. I'll put that all back over there. Let's go back to what I was doing. I was fine. This is a chill night. It's not a tangle night. I think I do better if I don't try to drape it in big long drapes. I was thinking by draping it in big long drapes, it would help it, but I don't think it helps it much. I just need it to go across my desk. Believe me, after I get the 3 pamphlet stitches done, it's just a matter of making the tassel, which is a lot easier. Whoops. This is an instance where you need a bionic arm attached to you. There we go. Whew. That was a job. But I got it. Look, it's there. All right, now I need to come back through here. And so I need my needle, which is... Penelope, did we unthread my needle again? No, it's here. It's here, and see, I got all that thread tangled up on it. Whoop, is it this one? No, it's this one. They're going, I'm not going to do this, Mary. I'm not asking anybody to do it. I'm showing you how I do it. Tangles and all. Because I like it this way. When I get done, I'm happy with it. All right, so I'm going to take this and go back down through this one here. If I can see it. and through that. And let's flip it over. And start pulling it through. That's part of the problem. My desk isn't big enough to do what I want. I got things out over here. Uh-oh, what did I do? Don't tangle it. Don't tangle. You could wind this up on something too. If you work with the long thread, wind it and unwind it as you go. I don't tend to do that. I tend to wrestle with it. Just cut a thread on there. There we go. And it's pull that through tight. And we want to go back through the center stitch. Doesn't have to be perfect for me. This is tight as you can make it. Yeah, then we're gonna come back. Penelope the needle. Come back this way. Yeah, it wants to catch on everything. Anything that it can catch on. Don't let it catch on things. That's what causes it to tangle. Let's shake this out a little. Shake it out. If it gets like this, just kind of shake it and it'll loosen itself up. Shaky, shaky. Don't pull. Yeah, it caught on these pins. I should move those pins. No, I didn't. See it? If you just keep working at it, it'll shake itself loose, because if you pull it tight, that tightens it into a knot. But it just kind of, it caught on. I have some straight pins hooked into my foam board here. Let me take them out and give them to Penelope. She says, well, Mary, you should have done that in the first place. I know, should have and do is two different things. There. Now it's about done. Okay. Let's catch it over here now. I'm still shaking. It's got a little loop over here off camera. There. Okay, now we can continue. I think I was pulling through this way. Is this painful to watch? I hope not. I hope that you're just seeing me get out of my little tangles that I get into. That's why I'm letting you see. I get into tangles and I'm showing you how I get out of them. I got one thread longer than the other again. Now, by about a ½ inch or so. Let's see if I can pull that tight. There. Okay. Now I'm ready to go back up to the top, but I'm going to clean this thread, meaning that I don't like it being one thread being longer than the other. So let's put Penelope over here. And by the time I get done tonight, I will have my journal all bound. That's pretty well worked out now. And we're back to the needle. And you can do one or two things. You can either start making the tassel here, or you can go inside and come out again. I think I'm just going to start making my tassel. And to do that, I put it this way. This is the top. So I need to do this final pamphlet stitch, and I'm just going to bring it through that little top square there. And pull it through. You could go in and out. It's a matter of choice. I'm going to do it this way this time and see how it works. And I'm just going to pull it through, keeping it as untangled as much as I can. Mary, you make the pamphlet stitch extra hard. This is advanced, well, I wouldn't call it advanced. This is alternate pamphlet stitch. Advanced sounds like it's advanced. Like, but it's more of an alternate method. There we go. There's my pamphlet stitch right there. Now, I want to knot this. It's pretty tight. It's pretty tight on the inside. And the thing of it is, while I'm working with such a long thread, it takes a lot of pulling stuff through and back and forth and back and forth. But I'd rather do that than I need my needle to go over here. I'd rather do that than not have a knot and have it pull out. And I'm holding this tight right here. I'm holding this tight. And I'm just going to make a little knot here up at the top. Anyway, I think I am. One thing I'll say for this, once you got a knot in there, it generally stays. All right, we need a knot right in there. That's pretty good. Now I can start making my loops. Believe it or not, I think this is the easy part. So I come down maybe about a couple inches, maybe 3 inches down, and come back up again and make a loop. And then I take my needle and I come over that over my loop thread and underneath of that little 1/2 inch stitch, and in between this thread and the thread on my needle. And that forms another knot. Now this tends to want to pull. At this point, I can take this paper out because it's stitched in, and I can clip on here if I want. I think, if I can see it. There, that'll hold my loop. Where's my needle? So I'm just pulling this. Oh, let's even clip it onto here. There. So I think the hardest part is done by the time you get to this point. It's just a matter of keeping the thread from tangling up on you, which means that it wants to catch on everything on your desk. Yeah. What's happening here? Wait a minute, I've got to figure this out over here. There. They're going, Mary, I'm lost. It's okay to be lost. I get lost a lot. I think I undone my loop. No. Here. It came off here. Because I let go of it. Let's do that again. Oh, I unthread my needle. I lost it. I still have this. I still have my loop. I should have it hooked over here too. That's what I should have. Because that's what's holding this tight. I'm experimenting here. I'm going to move this clip down. There. Did I get it? No. I guess it's better to do it with my hands. Like that. Yeah, Mary, you said you were in the easy part. I am. This is going to become a tassel. I unthreaded my needle. All right. Now I come here and I come underneath in between. And the more you do this, the shorter your thread gets, the easier it is. So there's a certain point here where it works really well. Now, at this point, I have a knot. I have a knot right there. And I'm happy. That's what I was going for. So I'm going to take this loop and the thread off of my needle, and I'm going to tie it into another knot just to make sure that it's secure. Then I'm going to go for my second loop. I bring it down about 3 inches. And just kind of hold on to it. Come over that little half, over and under that little 1/2 inch stitch, and pull it through again. And this is where keeping the thread straight is the challenge. I mean, it's all Keeping the thread straight is a real challenge always, but just the neater you can keep your thread straight, the easier it is. See, they want to pull together and just kind of shake them out. Kind of shake them out before they tied up on each other. You can move those out of the way. And here comes my next knot again. Right up in there, it's going to form a knot, like a shoelace knot almost. Right in there. And that keeps these loops from working themselves out. I'm going to tie this in another shoelace knot here, just to secure it. Did I get all through there? There. And then I go for another loop. And come over the tassel and underneath that little 1/2-inch stitch and through these 2 threads. And the more you do this, the shorter your thread gets. So the easier it is to control it. Yeah. Wants to twist here a little. And there's my knot again, right in there. And I'm just going to pull it tight. That's pretty good. Let's go for another loop. My needle in my mouth. And I'm coming over my threads and underneath the little 1/2-inch stitch and in between these threads. And just keep pulling them. I need to make a loop. Did I pull my loop? I didn't make a loop here. I didn't make a loop. Let's see, can I still do that? No. I'm going to have to pull that out. I forgot to do the loop. I forgot to do my loop. Sorry about that. Like that. This, oh, I did make the loop. Here, there's the loop. So I get confused sometimes. Did I or didn't I make the loop? you guys are watching, you could check and see. I have to remember. I'm going a little like that. Okay. Now I've got to thread my needle again. I made the loop. It seems like a lot of work to do a pamphlet journal binding, but I like it in the end. I'm always happy with them in the end. And I don't mind going through a little extra pain and hassle if I like it in the end. Thread my needle. And this is, you're just going to watch me do pain and hassle tonight. It's a chill night. Alrighty. This really should come down in my lap. All right. So it comes over and under. And then you start pulling through. Let me catch on here. There it goes. Now, just to be safe, I'm going to grab one of these. I don't know which one it was. I'm going to grab one and tie it. There. All right. We're getting there. Couple more loops. The shorter the thread gets, the easier it is to do. This is why they tell you to use short threads when you bind. Don't use miles and miles of thread like Mary does. There's that one. And under. Yeah, I got caught. I'm not watching chat at the moment. I'll come out in a minute, and that's when I get this done here. And I'll chat for a bit. I want to get this tassel made. go under and over. Whoops, almost pulled it off my needle. Caught on my desk paper. Another loop. I'm getting there. We don't have much further to go. So it's at this point where it starts to come together in my mind. Bring that away a little. And I just keep looping and knotting it. I'd say I have maybe 2 yards left of string on this needle. You know what would really be a challenge? I'm just using simple crochet thread here. It would be a challenge to use a tufted thread or something like an eyelash yarn. Boy, talk about getting into knots. It'd be pretty if you could do it, but now when I bind that rust journal, I'm going to bind it with rusted wire, I think. So we won't be making a tassel out of rusted wire. I don't know how strong. I think this will be the last loop. I don't know how strong rusted wire will be for binding, but I think it'll be enough to hold my pieces, I do think. All right, I think this will be my last loop. I'm going to bring it in this way. Like that. Now at this point, I do unthread my needle because I make the little top piece here, and I don't want to flop my needle all around. So I just kind of twist this thread that I had on my needle around the tassel. And there's probably better ways to do this. But I don't want my needle flopping all around. And I'll pull it tight. Whoops. Whoops. What did I do? Where'd they go? Yeah. And I think a lighter color thread, you can see the little little wraps a lot easier. If you're using a black thread, you don't tend to see the wrapping as. So if you're using a lighter colored thread, you might want to wrap it a little nicer. And I just wrap it around several times until I get a little, what looks like the top of a tassel. And I'm going to go up toward the top of it. Where did it go? And then I thread my needle again. It's kind of a long drawn out process to do this, but I like it in the end that I keep doing it. I need to even those threads out. And if you think of an entire year of journals with these tassels on them, 12 journals for a year with the tassels on them. All right, I'm going to come through here and make a knot. Maybe I'll go up toward the top and bring it through and maybe make a knot up here. I do this different ways. Make a knot. Up toward the top. And then you can come back down. Yeah. Come back down. I can't see what I'm doing. I don't like that. I'm going to bring it around this way. If I can get under there. Make it a little prettier. And work it. Maybe I need to go in again. I just kind of play with this up at the top until I get it like I like it. Comb out the threads a little. There, that's good. Okay. Now maybe I'll make one more knot. Just the final knot. And then I'm going to come back in the back down through the tassel, hopefully down through the center of it if I can. There. So it's coming out the bottom and it'll become a tassel thread. There. Give Penelope back her needle. Oops, that needs to be pulled tight. Which one is it? Here. There. Now let's straighten these out a little. There. Now, guess what? I have another signature, but I'm going to come out and chat. Kind of comb these down, and I'll take and I'll clip this up when I do the other signature. But I'm happy with it. I just like it. I like it. It feels like it's part of the journal. So let me come out and chat. I've been fooling with this for a long time. You guys have been chatting among yourselves here. Let me click this while it's there. All righty. Deborah says, I don't know either. It was sure frustrating with Messenger today. I wasted a whole day. I really wanted to talk to Brenda. Oh. Was Facebook giving you guys issues today? I wasn't online very much. Allie K says, I'm not sure, Clint. Sounds like she didn't keep up her end of the bargain. Uh-oh. Are you talking about Mary? I just gave you a subscribe, Clint. Do we have a... Oh, Beth Schuler's here. Yes, Allie, he's our Clint. Does Clint have a channel? Clint, what is the name of your channel? I'll drop a link to it. Whoops. Yeah, Clint, there are easier ways to do a tassel. I'm not saying this is an easy way to do it. I'm saying this is my way. And this is the way I like this. I'm happy with these when they're done. I make my tassel right as a part of the binding. And it's kind of a long and involved process. I'm not going for easy. That's not my goal here. My goal is to do it like I'm doing it. Allie K is here. Deborah says, needless to say, I'm upstairs with Sassy on my laptop now. Good night, Susan. Beth Schuler is here. Beth said good night to Susan. Susan Hill was here. She said, my battery said it was low. Oh dear, I missed her. Yeah, experimenting. Beth Schiller says, experimenting. I call that making it up as I go or flying by the seat of my pants. That's generally what it is, Beth. Flying by the seat of our pants, isn't it? But you know what? That's the fun part of it. As long as we're not 10 miles high up in the sky and we're not endangering anybody. And that's how we learn. The same as his name here. Okay. Clint Crafting and Doing Stuff. Let's go look up his channel. Let's go look up his channel. Clint Crafting and Doing Stuff. I even typed that in good. Search. There you are, Clint. Clint Crafting and Doing Stuff. Let's look at your videos. My second Hobby Lobby haul. You did that 5 days ago, explaining die storage. Using my new dies. Happy mail from Beth Schuler. Showing off my die cut binder without making a noise. Hobby Lobby haul. Die cut binder. Channel update. Inking edges. Chatting again. Chatting. Die cutting. Die cutting. It looks like you're liking die cuts. Happy mail from Beth. Chatting with friends. Looking at the journal stuff. Easter crafting. Preparation for my art book. Going live tomorrow afternoon. That was 2 weeks ago. Okay, let's look at your about. Hello, I'll be crafting and Bible study if you're interested. Just subscribe and ring the bell. No channels, no playlist, videos, and home. Okay, Clint. Well, let's subscribe and ring the bell. There we go. Oh. While I was there, let's grab a link. Whoops. Went the wrong way. Yeah, I'm out of my... There's Clint's channel. Hi, Lori. Is that pink girly Lori? Oh, no, that's Lori Loves Montana. Hi, Lori Montana. Hi, Riri. Welcome, welcome. Rhonda's here. Oh, are we way? I went way to the top. Artsy Nancy. Hi, Artsy Nancy. Rhonda says, I'm here, Mary. I'm doing watercolor. It's hard for me to chat. Okay, I understand, Rhonda, because, you know, it's hard for me to chat when I'm doing my art here. It's hard to chat when you're doing art. And I'd rather have you do your art. Lori said she's in the bleachers. Yoo-hoo! I hate bleachers. I have to tell you guys, I was not a sportsy person. And, you know, I went to a small school and all my friends played volleyball, and I could get that volleyball over the net maybe once or twice in the whole game. And I just was not very athletic. And that was not my talent. I'm a lot more athletic now. I'm a lot more, you know, I really do blame the coach, though, because even though I was not a good volleyball player, he could have had me walking. He could have had me, you know, he could have had me doing something other than sitting on those gray bleachers. I hate the gray bleachers. I would sit there and watch all the other people play, watch my friends play, and try to be happy about it. And I wasn't a very happy camper. And, you know, he should have had me walking and had me set goals for walking, like walk, you know, 500 steps or walk 1,000 steps and work up to 10,000 steps. You know, no, he was coaching the volleyball team. Bye, Beth. Have a great weekend, what's left of it. There's Brenda's channel. Thank you, Lori. Well, you guys, I'm gonna let you do what you want to do. I really want to get this journal done tonight. So you're gonna watch me struggle through another signature here. Let's see. And it's this one. And then I'll have my May journal all ready to go in May. And I'm going to put them as close together as I can. Artsy Nancy. I got these folders at Hobby Lobby on sale. They were one of those times that Hobby Lobby was having a sale. Like, you know, I don't know what the original cost was, but I got the whole folder. There was about 8 of these in the folder. There were 4 designs, I think, and 4 designs and 2 each of each design. I think that's how it went. I need to find the center of this. Looks like it right here. Right? Yeah. And then what I like about this, I'm going to have to move this pop again. What I like about this journal, what I like about what I'm doing this year is that I'm taking magazines and brochures and things like that, and putting on as interest pages on in my journal. Now this came out of a Victoria magazine, and this is all about Beatrice Potter. They designed a menu based on her little cottage. There's a carrot souffle. looks kind of good. And here's all about lilacs. So I'm going to put this in here. Yeah, and you're going to watch me struggle through another binding. And if it doesn't come out, it doesn't come out. But usually it's good enough for me. I'm happy with it when I'm done. I'm usually happy with these when I'm done. Ouch, pinched my hand. Now I usually take my tassel here that I've done on the first one, and I clip it underneath of that binding to get it out of the way. And let's go ahead and poke the holes while we're here. And this is the top, this is the bottom. Good night, Angie. Have a great night. I think I am going to like this, you know, and this might come very close to what I already have here, because let's see if I poke it through. Yeah, it's coming just about in the same spot. Well, that might be interesting. We shall see. And I did that just by, I didn't measure, I just eyeballed it. This one I'm going to kind of feel for it. So I'll probably be off, but no, pretty good, Mary. We'll see how that goes through when I'm binding. It'll either be harder or easier. And the hardest part of this is that I double my thread and I make a long thread. I know I do. I do it on purpose. And this, I think I'm about the same. We'll see. Yep. Could be down a little. I'll move it down just a little. Yeah, that's good. And I'm not saying this is the easiest way to bind. I'm saying I like it when it's done. I'm not going for easy. I'm going through that duct tape with this. I'm going through the duct tape, so it's a little stickier. A little bit harder to get through. You know how that sticks to my scissors? I'm sticking through my awl here. Yeah, thread sticking on it. Come on, get out of there. Let's take this thread and see if I can't clip it onto under this, like that. All right, so now's the fun part. Let's clean that off. I think I'm pretty much done with it. Good night, Angie. What's sad? That's a cute folder. What's sad, Deborah? There's Brenda's channel. My friend Brenda Di Martino. Oh, Janice was painting. I don't apologize for that, you guys. That's quite all right. I want you guys to do your art, doing your watercolor and doing your painting. That's okay. There's enough mature people in here that if something happens, they'll take care of them. Or something, they'll report them. Clint says, I'm going to go. A friend might craft with me tonight on Messenger. Okay. Good night, Clint. Thanks for dropping by. I got a goo on here. I don't like that. Duct tape gets really gooey. Gray bleachers. I hated those gray bleachers. I really do think my coach could have been more of a, he was more interested in winning the volleyball games and winning that stuff than really being, making sure we got our physical fitness. He could have, like I said, I should have been on a walking program, 500 steps, you know, and have goals. Have goals. I probably would have been a happier camper. Just, I don't know how they are in physical education in the high schools today, but for the people that aren't athletic, they need their exercise and they need goals set for them. Because I would have happily walked. I sat there on those stupid gray bleachers, and I hate bleachers to this day. It gave me a bad attitude. All right, yellow thread. And here we go. And this is the fun part. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I got it messed up. You gonna start over? I'm gonna start over. I pulled on it. I jerked it out of place. One. I'm going to move this off my desk while I'm doing this. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. What is this tied here? Or is that just a string? I think this is 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And then we double it. And I'm wondering if I can roll this up on something, if it would help me not get it tangled as much. And I got a knot in here already. What happened here? I'm going to try it. Let's stop right here. And I'm thinking a piece of cardboard or... This is an envelope from Arlene. It says Valentine on it. The problem is I put my tape. Let me see what I want here. My painter's tape. Oh, I'm going to try a different way. As long as I'm doing this, I might as well experiment. Maybe I'll find an easier way to keep this from getting tangled. You guys can just chill. Just chill. Do your watercolor. Do your painting. Do chat with your friends. Do whatever you do. You want to go to bed, I'll forgive you. All right. So while I'm doing this, doubling this thread, I'm going to wind it up on here and see if that doesn't help me while I'm doing the binding, keep it from tangling as much. This might work for me. I'll have to wind and unwind it, but it'll be pretty easy to keep it from tangling. I'm thinking, because that's quite a long piece of thread. We'll see how this works. This is a new thing for me. You're going to see me either fail or succeed at this. See, it tends to want to do that. And I'm thinking by putting it on this, it'll help keep it from tangling up. We shall see. There it is. You're using all that to do a 3-hole pamphlet stitch? Uh-huh. Harry, there are easier ways. I know. All right. So, this is my 2 open ends. Go through the eye of the needle. Wrong needle. No wonder. Right needle. Bigger eye. And I feel like my camera could be pointed down a little bit more. Let's point my camera down a little bit more. Like that. You're going to get the edge of my desk. That's okay. All right, let's see how this works. Let's see how this works. I may have solved the issue of my tangles. Now I need some off of here. We shall see, we shall see, we shall see. And I'm going to the center, and I'm going to the top, and I'm going to the bottom stitch on the top. And yeah, I might need to make that all, I might have to get that all out again. They all went through it fine. After I cleaned my all out, it's sticky with that tape in there. There it goes. All right. Oh, I might need another one of these to wrap around as I might need another one to wrap my needle around. No? Let's pull it. I'm gonna have to figure this one out. Well, it's going to, maybe if I just, maybe it'll just pull. I have to unwind as I pull, I guess. But then I'm having it all here. And if I pull this through, I have to think about what I want to do with this thread, because this has to go back through, so it needs to be on top, not the bottom. So I'm going to have to let this fall down again. But we'll just, this sort of works. Maybe I need a shorter piece. I'm experimenting. A round stick might be better, or a round piece like that might be better than a flat piece here, but it actually keeps it from being it actually pulls through quite nice like this. But I'm going to have to wind it up again, I think, when I get to the other end. I'm not sure what's going to happen to the other end. This part's working fine, but I'm not sure how it's going to come back through. Because it's not being wrapped around anything. It should maybe be wrapped around something. From bottom to top. From top to bottom. I'll have to figure this one out. This is Mary experimenting again. And I'm going to double this, I think, when I get done here. It's too wide. It needs to be more round. But do you see any tangles? No. All the tangles are on the other side. This needs to be like a round stick. It would work better. But that's how you learn, Mary. All right, there's that. Now, I'm going to clip this under this one. Now, I have this to deal with. And the reason I didn't wind it up is that I need this up at the top. let's double this. Where's my painter's tape? Make it a little bit more round, maybe. Let's roll it up. Mary's experimenting. It's just an envelope. One side of an envelope even. All right, now let's put this tape. Let's make it tight again. Let's wrap this tape around it. All right, so it's sort of oval round, sort of a square round. Now, I need this. Uh-oh, did it fall? It fell. Where's my needle? Did my needle come off? It fell. I dropped my needle. Here it is. So I need this to be, now let me think, because I'm going to come through this first. So I need this to be up here. So I need this to wrap around this way. And I'll unwrap some of it, but it has to be, and I have to have, let's unthread my needle so I don't lose it. I have to have a length here. I'm trying to do this so that my thread will not tangle. Now I'm just learning here, so bear with me. This might take a few of some more steps to do it, but if it prevents everything from tangling up, I'd say go for it, Mary. Because I only have to worry about the tangles mostly when I'm doing the in and out of the stitching. The loops will still tangle, but not quite as bad, and the more loops I do, I need this to come down a little bit more. The more loops I do, the less tangled it gets. I could either do this or I could sit and work out tangles. And this might be the better solution. I think I know what I'm doing. I'm not sure. I might end up taking this all off, but we'll see. All right. Now I'm going to thread my needle back up again. And see, I'm going to pull the thread from this side. That's why I wound it down this way. Yes, I think so. I hope. Let's thread my needle back up. And put my awl back over here. I might need it, but at least I know where it's at. A fire pit. Red, I don't know my lawn either. I would suffer the next day. Oh, you don't mow your lawn. I thought you said no. Yeah, I'm going to be probably mowing the lawn come next weekend. All right, so we're going to put this here. And we want this thread to come back through here. Where is it? Where's the stitch? I lose it. I need to find the hole here. That's right. Right in there. Right up here. Right in there. Okay. Let's wobble it and make a... Okay. Now I want to go, where is it? There. Okay. So, let's see how this pulls off. See, and I need another one to wind this up on as I go. So I'm going to stop and I'm going to make another one. Mary! Mary's being creative tonight, let me tell you. I'm going to use a piece of this black paper. I think that's strong enough for it. We're not going to make it quite so long. And we're just going to roll it up. And where's my painter's tape? Mary's trying to do this, finding a way to do this so my threads don't tangle as bad, my long threads. And what I'm trying to do is wind them up on these pieces here as I go, so they don't tangle. We'll see how this works. This is kind of a rough made here. All right. So where's my needle? did I do with it? Here. I'm going to take it off just for safety's sake. And we're going to start it up here because I always need to pull from the top of my thread. So as I pull it through, I'm going to wind it up here. Wind it off of this one and onto this one. And this is where I need more hands. And I could probably take several of these off at once and pull it through. You guys are going, Mary, 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 what are you doing? What a way to bind a journal. But it does keep my threads from tangling up because it keeps them in their own. Well, now, what did I do here? I got this one over it. How did that happen? How did that go under that? Uh-oh. How did that happen? That shouldn't have happened there. Mary's got to figure it out, which means I got to pull all of this off. This is how Mary's learning. I'm going to learn and even if these round things might not be the best solution, the little notch things might be the best solution. Make little notches for each of the little, to keep them from crossing, because this one crossed over itself here. Somehow it crossed over on itself. I don't know how that happened. Of course, it's way at the top front. Mary's going to figure out a good way to do this. You guys are watching me work it out. See it. I need this to come and not cross over so if I had little notches in here, I could just put them in the notch and then they wouldn't cross over this one. That's what happened. So I can't go like this. I have to keep each one of these in its own little world or it won't work. So that means I'd be going a lot slower, or if I put little notches in there. And I don't know if this is going to be a good solution because I got more thread than I have length. So I'm not sure I'm sold on this. I'm not sure I'm sold on it. I have to find another way to keep this thread from tangling. I'm going to take this off too. Forget that whole experiment. I figured out why I wasn't working. Because as you wrap it, like when you wrap a yarn ball, sometimes your yarn goes this way, and sometimes it goes that way, and sometimes it goes this way, and sometimes it goes that way. But I need, as I'm threading my journal, I need the inside thread. I don't want the outside thread. I need the inside thread. I know what I'm talking about. So I'm back to this. Just put it up there. There has to be a good way, and I'll get it worked out one of these days, to keep this thread from tangling up on itself. It keeps it from tangling up, but it doesn't wind up right on those spools. I don't like how it winds up. When I try to use it, it crosses over on itself. And then I can't pull it out. But see, I get when I use it long like this, I have to be careful how I'm doing this. Oops, did I knock you guys in the face? Candy said they even go to the flower beds in front of the house, so I use mulch and plants. What is she saying? I do too, Lori. We have so many tree roots. Grass does not grow well. Oh, we had that problem. My brother had a tree pulled out in our south yard, and the roots are still there, or the holes where the roots were, and you could really break an ankle in one of those holes. And when I empty all my flower pots at the end of the year, and I have a lot of flower pots, and I put all those dirts in those holes. But I know what you mean with the roots. My brother said when they moved here, they had white pine trees around this house. This house probably was surrounded with, because he's had several trees removed. And white pine trees are really, I think, were pretty trees. And I asked him why he did it, and he said he couldn't see out. All right, now I'm going through that blind knot right here, the loop. But I'm doing this kind of, I don't know. Kind of carefully. I guess this is the best way to do it. It can still tangle, but I haven't figured out a good way to handle long threads. And just got to keep them in their own little path. Okay, now we're going to make the blind knot here. I'll pull it that way. Now I need, somewhere up in here is the start of my thread. Where is it? Here. I need this. And it needs to go through here. So hopefully if I can just keep these and get my needle out. And I need that to go in here. And we're gonna turn it upside down. Pull it through carefully. Winding it on a spool sounds like it would work if it all wound flat, but I need what goes on the spool first to come off first. It isn't first in, it's first in, first out, but it isn't. If you put it in first, that goes on the bottom, if that makes any sense. And I need the bottom first. I need what goes on my spool first to come out first. And if you wind it on a spool, what goes on first usually gets covered up by what goes on next. Oh, winding a spool thread is really difficult if you try to describe it. Now I got an even thread there. How that happened. In other words, this came out first and it has to be on top. If I was winding it on a spool, it would be on bottom, but I need this to be on the top because I need that to go into here once I get this done. Now, what's happening over here? So I guess the best thing to do is go down the line. Yeah, it's catching on my chair. Catching on my chair. Stubborn stuff. Finds anything it can to hold on to. All right. Now, there's that. Now I need this here to come back through the bottom here, which looks just like the bottom there. Let me look at this again. See where this comes out at. Same hole. The same hole. A sticky thread. Oops. Did I bump you guys again? I'm sorry. So I need this to come through. And I kind of need this to come down a little. This way. Because I'm going to pull this through. And it's going to come back up here. I'll give it back to Penelope. And it's going to come up here. I still think there's a way of winding this and unwinding it. I just have to figure it out so that you can journal with stitch with long threads. But this is why they tell you not to use long threads. Yeah, I'll get a hold of it here. But it's kind of interesting because it helps you understand what's happening to the thread while you're binding. It's kind of an interesting process in its own way, and why it tangles. Why a tangle happens. There's always a reason. Okay. Now I need this thread again, this needle, and I need, where is it? Penelope, where's my needle? Here. I need this. That to go there. And I need this to gently come over this way again. I need to start here. And I need to come back down through that center hole. That there. So if you go slow, that's my mantra. If you go slow and watch your threads, they shouldn't tangle on you. It needs to come under. It needs to go in here. And so come over that way. You just got to keep the threads separate. Yeah, it's gonna get messed up here. I'm gonna throw it off my desk. Yeah. Yeah. There has to be another way. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to find it. Not tonight. I just want to get my journal bound tonight. Is that all I did tonight was bind journals? No, I put some stuff in my art journal earlier. Lori said, same here. Best part is my 95-year-old mom is still with me. Oh, that's sweet, Lori. She lives alone and takes good care of herself in her apartment. Oh, at 95. That is so cool. You take care of yourself. I don't think I'll live to be that old, but if I do, if I do, it'll be a miracle. Let's see, my dad passed away when he was 79. My mom passed away when she was 86. You know, 79 is a pretty young age. But if you read the obituaries, you'll see that all the way from age 72 to 101 seems to be about the ages that people pass away. Our lifespan. There we go. Now, one more. And we have to turn it here. And we have to come through this top little stitch right there. And then I can start making my tassel. For some reason, this thread got unequal lengths. And that can cause it to tangle. I'm laughing at you, Riri. Yep. I like to make my tassel right with my journal when I bind my journals. And like I said, this probably is not the easiest way. Well, it definitely is not the easiest way. However, now I want to make a knot here. It is, I really like it once it's done because I have put tassels on separately and I don't like them that way. When I make the tassel right, when I bind it, it feels like it's, look, I pulled the thread out of the needle. It feels like it's a part of the journal. It's just my paranoia, I guess, about it. But when I make my tassel as I'm binding the journal, it feels like it's a part of the journal. When I just attach a tassel to it, it feels like it's been tacked on, which it has. And it might be just me knowing that it's been tacked on. All right. Let's do this again. I want to make a knot in here. Now let's get my clip and let's put this away. I don't think I need that. I don't need this. I don't need that. The clip I might need again. And Penelope, I'm going to put you over here for now. I guess I should start this down here. Now we're getting to make the loops, and I really honestly think the loops go faster than this. Once I get making these loops, it seems to go pretty fast for me. Yeah, what did I do here? There we go. Now I can start making my loops. And so what I do is I come down about 3 inches or so. And these loops are going to be real close to each other, because that loop is almost underneath that other loop. Come under it and through. And it's going to tangle if I'm not careful. And I'm throwing this thread up here where it can catch on to everything. I lost it. It's twisting on me. Yeah. Let's tie it. There. That's good. Alrighty. Penelope, there's just no room. There's no room at the end. Put this clip back. All right, let's do the second loop. And I need to find the, such a mess. Did I give my needle back to Penelope? I think I did. All right. Should I lose it? haven't quite worked out how to keep this from knotting up. There's got to be a way. Except just go slow and watch what you're doing. Keep everything off your desk that can catch on. We want the knot down at the base in here. We want it to knot up in here. Generally tangles. And tie it in a knot there. Tie it in another knot to be sure. And the more you do this, the shorter your thread gets, so the easier it is. Sometimes I do it. Sometimes I bind it, it goes real easy. Sometimes I get frustrated with it. It could have to do with the thread that I'm using too. Pull that out of my... Some threads don't knot up as easy as others. This is a cotton crochet thread though. All right, let's go under it. Under it. Yeah. No, that didn't catch in it. I'm not stopping until I get this journal tassel made. Well, that seems to work. Like I made 2 of these. I made these, but what happens is when I wind that thread, you have to make sure your thread is wound straight next to each other. If you cross over a thread, like if I go like this when I'm winding it, if I go like this, and then if I happen to accidentally pull my thread over this way and cross that over, and then if I keep winding, when I'm pulling it off, it's all tied up in there. You have to wind it side by side in order for that to work. It is a pretty cover, isn't it? It'll be nice once I get it done. I'm in the more frustrating part of doing it. But once I get over this, I got to get under that little stitch. Once I get once I get over the frustrating part, I really like it. And what's going on here? This is the part that I'm pulling. And what happens is the thread that's on the bottom, the thread that goes on first goes on the bottom. And I still need that to be at the top, if that makes any sense. And it usually, the shorter my threads get, the easier it is. Like this is going okay here. And that will make its own little knot. And now I'm thinking that if I had a piece that had little notches on it, like a comb, where that kept the threads separated, that might work because the threads won't get tangled on each other. I'll have to experiment. I'm just going to finish up what I'm doing tonight this way. A notched piece of cardboard might work. It has to have a lot of notches in it. I'm putting the thread over my shoulder. Oh dear. Generally, if you just go slow, I'm trying to do this too fast. If you go slow and think about where your thread is going, watch it so it doesn't tangle up on itself. See, and you gotta pull both threads at the same time. I got double threads. If I pull one thread and not the other, that'll tangle it. It gets caught on things. Oops. What's going on here? Oh. Straighten out my loops. What's going on with this? I haven't figured that out yet. That's an awful long. It looks like it. There we go. Not quite sure what happened there. One thread got longer than the other. That's what happened. Not sure what happened in there. Whatever happened, I can loop it in. I'm not sure how I got that extra little loop in there. Now it's from this. Which one is it? There it is. All right. We're good. Except for my threads are unequal lengths again. Let's straighten out my threads. I'm not sure exactly why that happens. Oh, I do know why. I pull on one thread, not the other. Okay. See, I tried that, Riri, and it depends on how you wind it up on your rows. If you don't wind it straight, it can cross over itself, and then when you try to unwind it, you end up with the piece that you want on the bottom, and it doesn't come off. It doesn't unwind right. I'm thinking a notched piece might work. I might try that, but not tonight. I just want to get it done tonight. And I'm getting pretty close to done because I'm getting a shorter thread, so it's easier to do these loops. Yeah, it's a shorter thread, Mary. It is a shorter thread. I want to rethread my needle. I pulled it off my needle. How many times have I threaded this needle tonight? It has to be number 20. Good thing it's got a big eye to it. We're sailing now. We are sailing now. It won't be long. It won't be long. Mm. So each one of these loops have a knot at the top. I unthreaded my needle again. This thread falls right through the eye of that needle. That's why it's so easy to thread. Yeah. A whole stream binding a journal. Almost. I did a little art journaling at the beginning of my stream. Put some papers and things in. Sometimes you just got to take the time and do it. See how much easier it is now that I'm down with a shorter thread? It's going a lot easier. But you have to have the long threads if you want a decent tassel. These tassels are almost going to be on top of each other, which is okay with me. Whoops. I don't like how that pulled. I'm going to make an extra knot here. If I can find a one to use. Let's see. Let's do it this way. There. I'd say a couple more loops. This one, and I don't know if I can get 2 more or not. I tried using the clips too. I tried to see, I got a clip on this. I tried putting clips on here. Somehow it just seems easier to I actually had it clipped from here, and I had it clipped onto my board over here. But that was when the thread was pretty long too. And I ended up taking the clip off, but may have not been the fault of the clip. It may have been the fault of I was undoing a tangle, I think. I think this will be my last loop. This will be the last one. Yay! They're saying yay! This is the part where I actually unthread the needle. I'm going to set it right here. And then I wrap the remaining thread around the base of the tassel. The base of the top. And just kind of wrap it around so it gets that pretty little thread at the top. Maybe a couple more. Okay. Then I thread my needle again. Push that up toward the top. And rethread my needle because I'm going to tie it off and bring the remaining thread down as a part of the tassel. So I kind of go up inside the tassel, up inside of it. And boy, they're laying right on top of each other. Let's see how that works. I don't know how that's going to work. Now, let's bring it around. Oh, my brother's in there sneezing. There. And then I'm going to come down from the top, down through the center of the tassel and out the bottom. Right in there. So I went right through the center of that. and pull the thread through, and that becomes part of the tassel. Yay! They're going, yay, Mary, finally. So they're laying right on top of each other. But that's okay. That's kind of cool. I kind of like it that way. Now, I need to give it a haircut. And let's use Deborah Brown's long shafts scissors to do that. And here's where I could actually clip it. Because I always, these threads, always clip it right in here if I can. I don't know if that's a good idea because they're unequal lengths. They're kind of messy threads down here tonight. There. Is that going to hold it? Holds most of them. Holds it good enough. I always seem to get longer threads on this side. There we go. Now, I usually do something with this, but these are such unequal lengths, I might just throw these away. I usually make a little, we'll think about it, not tonight. I'm not going to do anything with it tonight. Shake her out. So for me, I'm much happier with it that way. I might have to get these into place here. Really, one comes on one, supposed to come on one side and one on the other, but they're kind of on top of each other. One's on top of the other, but I'm happy with it. So it opens up like this, and I'll probably, until it gets its shape, let me get a band out here. That might be too, we'll see if that's too tight. No. There we go. There it is. I'm done. 10:20. That's not bad. I'm usually up much later than 10:20. I'm usually up till 11 or 12 o'clock with this stuff. But I'll probably call it a night because this kind of took the juice out of me. But I've got my May journal ready to go. Angie says, Candy, you still here? Angie came back. She says, hello, ladies. Oh, I don't think so, Riri. I truthfully think that, well, I'm not sure what I think about my brother sneezing. He may have some sort of allergy, but thank you, Riri. I have the patience of a saint. You guys have the patience of saints just watching me do this. And I debated whether to bind this in a stream, but you guys see what kind of work I go through when I do this stuff. You know, I do think there has to be an easier way to keep these threads from tangling. And this idea, and even with the tissue paper, the TP paper rolls, you have to keep those threads from crossing over each other. It worked for the first time, but when I wound it back up on the second one, I crossed the threads over, and I needed this thread on the bottom to come off first. You know, as I was winding, you know, as you wind like this, your top thread goes on first, and then you come around with another thread, and it went over. It went over that thread. Well, when I was stitching, I needed this thread to come out, but this thread was holding it down. So I'm thinking now that maybe notched, you know, like a comb type thing that will keep those threads when you wind it. Well, not a comb, not a big tooth comb, but like little notches in a piece of cardboard, little V's, would keep, as you wind, it would keep that thread from crossing over each other. So I might try that, but I'm not going to try it tonight. Thank you. You guys are too sweet to me. How about cutting the initial piece in half and then threading the journal? How about cutting the initial piece in half and then threading the journal? If that works, consider cutting into 4 equal pieces. I'm not sure what you mean. The initial piece in half. And then threading the journal. Oh yeah, this is a folder, a printed folder, and this let me take this off. This is, you can see it better on the inside. This is a piece of fabric washi. It's kind of like a butterfly floral washi, fabric that I got at Walmart. And it really, this I bought at Hobby Lobby. This I bought at Walmart. And what I did is, to strengthen the spine, I put fabric washi on the outside and the inside, and then I bound my signatures there. And then because this part here was white and I didn't like that, I just put a piece of washi tape down that matched this. But it's funny how that folder, this was a printed folder. I got them on sale at Hobby Lobby. Like, I got a pack of them, probably about $6 or $7, because there were 8 of them in the pack. And I got them on sale for like $1.24. So, but this fabric I bought about a year ago, and it just matches. It just amazes me how things come together. Sometimes you buy stuff, and, you know, the clerks will say to me, what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that? And sometimes I really don't know what I'm going to do with it. You buy it, and then you figure out what you're going to do with it. Let's see, what is it? I haven't heard that yet, Joan, but I agree with it. What did Joan say? Personally, yeah, aging is difficult. Bless Lori's 93-year-old mother. The secret to being active, even when you, yeah, it is. The secret is to be active even when you don't feel like it. Get up and go do. I did that this afternoon. I had trash to take out, and it's kind of chilly here yet, and you know, or I thought it was. And so I had to put on my shoes because I was walking around in stocking feet. I had to put on my shoes. I had to put on a coat. I had to get all the trash together. And I took trash out. And, you know, once I got outdoors and breathed some of that fresh air, and I walked around the house, and that's where when I found the note stuck in our door saying that they warned us to take our cars off of the Oh, that's not anything. That's just shadow. They warned us to take the cars off of otherwise they get towed because they're going to do some work on our streets. And if I wouldn't have got up and walked outside to take out that trash and walked around the house, I was really checking to see, we're going to have to mow our lawn, and I was checking to see what flowers were coming up. And if I wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have seen that piece of paper stuck on our door, and my brother could have got his car towed. Let's see, Deborah Brown was here. Lori says, I told her she has to take care of me, and she really does. She's talking about her mother. The best part about it is my 95-year-old mom is still with me, lives alone, and yeah, takes good care of herself in her apartment. Yeah. All right. So thank you guys for sticking with me. I'm gonna to let you guys go a little early tonight. I'm kind of tired myself. Thank you for sticking with me. I'm sure this was not the most fun to watch, but I got it done. You'll be seeing me use this journal in May. And oh, Lori, if you're still in here listening, I saw you here, Pink Girly. I found that Diary of an Edwardian Lady. Oh, thank you, Deborah. Shannon Green is on your wavelength, Mary. She creates without intention. It's the creating that really matters. It is, isn't it, Riri? But Lori, if you're listening, I had purchased at Keisha's auction a journal from Pink Girly. And it was called The Country Diary of an Edwardian Lady. It is an altered book journal. And I was looking at that the other day, and she starts journaling. She starts journaling on May 4th. And I thought how neat it would be to add my own little gardening notes, my own little flower notes in that. I probably won't do it right on the paper, but I might do that. And I might do that in conjunction with this too. Deborah says, thank you, Mary. That file folder is inspirational. It's actually relaxing watching you work with that tassel. Oh, thank you, Deborah. Deborah, did you send me that black cherry tea? You or somebody sent me black cherry tea. And I didn't get the name of it in there. Oh, there's Lori. She says, yeah, that would be cool. So now I'm going to sneeze if I don't get off here. Good night, everybody. Have a great week. Dee Dee is on at 8:30 in the morning. Janet Nash comes on at 9. 8:30 Eastern time, 9 Eastern. Janet Young comes on the later morning around 11 or 12. And I lose track of the Monday afternoon. You guys are going to have to work that out. And then Monday night, Lisa, My Eclectic Life is on. Next Saturday is our video hop. I've got several videos already in, and it won't be long and our Sunday night hop will be showing up. I can't believe you sent the black cherry tea, Lori. Oh, thank you so much, Lori Pink Girly. I tell you, I have been enjoying that black cherry tea. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. It was Lori. It was Lori. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a perfect way to end a weekend. Now I know who sent it. Now I'll be thanking you every time I take a sip of it. Have a great week. Have a great start to the week. Don't let the negative things in the world get you down. Just laugh at them. If something negative happens, just laugh at it. All right, Mary has to practice that. All right, good night, everybody. Bye. Have a great week.